My name is Felipe. Hello, people at home as well. So today I'm gonna show you guys the methodology that I create since 2020 in the pandemics. But first of all, who am I? I always ask this. Who am I? I'm Felipe Rafael. I'm the creator of the ANERA methodology. I'm a Brazilian living in Portugal. I'm 37 years old. I'm married. I am a peculiar child. Always be a peculiar child. Look at the photos. You see, I'm a very crazy and passionate person. I have a degree in social communication, a radio producer. I have 10 years in career serving various organizations. I work for content companies to English schools. It's a very range of companies. 4 years researching affection and creativity, how creativity impacts us as humans. And I'm a copywriter specialized in world building. So everything that you're going to see today was a fiction world that I create called ANERA. First of all, I want to emerge. Welcome to ANERA.
Welcome to the Sitting Pig Tavern. I am Clarius Stoll, the guardian of ANERA's tales. Pull up a chair and grab a mug of our finest drink, because today I'm going to tell you how the Creative Explorers Club was born. Not long ago, Queen Anya herself, with her vision and thirst for innovation, launched an expedition that would forever change the course of our kingdom. With a desire to explore and expand the horizons of creativity, she called upon the great explorer Vinci Benson for an unusual mission: to find the legendary lost islands of creativity, lands until then unknown to the people of ANERA.
For this bold mission, Vinci chose 3 of the best explorers he knew. The first was Mark Oltmann, a cartographer with a unique skill, capable of turning any landscape into a breathtaking and precise map. Then there was Lucy Resenval, the fearless engineer whose ingenuity and dexterity could solve any mechanical problem that arose. Lastly, Pierce Winchester, a meticulous and tireless researcher with an insatiable thirst for knowledge and boundless curiosity. They all boarded the majestic galleon Wind's Canticle, led by the fearless Captain Mary Fly-High. On the eve of their departure, something special happened. The Creative Explorers Club, or CEC, was founded. In a passionate meeting full of purpose, led by Amalia Sauer, the club was officially established, with the aim of keeping the flame of exploration alive in every heart of ANERA. Thus, a new era of discovery was born, where the impossible would be challenged and the secrets of ANERA would finally be revealed. And now it is up to you, young explorers. I invite you to join the Creative Explorers Club and set out on your own expedition. May your steps be guided by curiosity and the flame of discovery.
Epic. Yes. I always show this video first. Okay. I always show, so this is the galleon. Get aboard to the galleon and let's explore the 4 islands of creativity. Here we have the Circus Estrela. I will explain. I will explain. Circus Estrela, Rotinalia, the Connexia, and the Curry Oak Forest. Yes. So ANERA is a magical place to explore creativity. Was not only this methodology, I have a card game that I will show you guys later. And each one of these 4 islands symbolize one of the pillars of effective creation: imagination, routine, connection, and curiosity. These four made for me the human thinking. We are always we are always imagine. We have our own routines. We have our own connections, and we have curiosity. So we are going to explore this four island. So the first of all is the Circus Estrela. For me, a circus is like our repertoire of things. Everything that everything that happens in our life, every cartoon that we watch, every street that we walk, is our and how we imagine things. Not only what we see, but what we imagine. Ghost came in. We love ghosts. So this is the island of imagination. So Habit Hollow is is where we observe the routine. Everyone here has a routine. We wake up, go to the gym, or read the news, or have a mug of coffee, or we wake up but we don't come out of the bed. You know. So we have this island to observe the routines of the people we are trying to solve the problems. For me, especially, is good when we create solutions that don't disturb the routine, that being part of the routine. The third island I call Connexia, is where the connection happens. Uh, Connections between imagination, daily routine, and here where the connections you can see in the map, every path leads to everywhere. So is the connection. And the last not least, karaoke forest is where the curiosity lives. And here, when we are trying to solve a problem, curiosity is how the persona that we are trying to solve the problem is. Uh, Curiosity here is how the person will engage with the solution that we present. So, posto isso. So this is the canvas. This is the business. This is the business look of the map. So we have a problem. What problem we're going to solve? The persona for who we're going to solve, and the four islands: imagination, routine, connection, and curiosity. That's why. Sorry, that's why you have this. You don't need to take photos because you go. I will send you the material. Yes. Now it's up to you guys. I want you to use your creativity and the Anera map to help me to solve the following problem. Creative professionals who love to imagine new ideas but feel stuck in the routine, unable to turn inspiration into real projects. You can see you have a white paper on the table. We have. Oh shit. We have pens. Please, can you open this for me? Thank you. Can you open this as well? Yes, we have a lot of pencils, pens. So we have this problem. And our persona is Clara Menezes, 34 years old, freelance designer and occasional illustrator. She lives here in Lisbon. Her personality is dreaming, sensitive, and self-critical. The technology that she uses: Notion, Pinterest, Instagram, Canva, Spotify. Her habits are create dozens of folders filled with ideas he never published, spend hours collecting inspiration, starts personal projects and abundance in the then halfway. Current frustration: wants to live from her art, but feels she never had enough time or focus. Perfectionism and freelance cows drain her energy. And her goal is to regain confidence, find a light and a sustainable method to create and publish constantly, even with little time. So, people, this is the problem. And now, okay, we don't need it because we are a small group here. We can create all together. We have half an hour to imagine a solution to the challenge. I gave you some prompts from each island, if you want. And when the time is up, you guys will present your idea, and we're gonna to glue our solution in the wall here at the palace, and we will stay for the end. We'll be here. Everybody who comes in the room will see our solution. So remember, in an era, the goal isn't to be perfect, but it's to imagine bravely. To help you guys, I have one more thing. Yes, we have more paper. Yes, I'm not sustainable as I think I was. Please. Please, people, please, you can, yes. Oh, form two groups, nice. And for example, for the Imagination Island, the key question is what images, references, and symbols fit Clara's imagination? So I gave some prompts to spark ideas, like what visual worlds does she visit when it wants to dream, metaphors, how we can turn these references into practical creative triggers, routine. How does Clara's routine influence or sabotage her creative flow? The prompts. At what time of day she feels most or least creative? Are there small rituals that already work and could be amplified? How might we introduce micro creative habits into her daily chaos? Connection. How can Clara feel part of something bigger when she creates? How we can connect her creations to a real community or cause? What kind of feedback, humor, affection would help her from giving up? And what if creation was a dialogue, not a performance? And curiosity, karaoke forest. What would spark Clara's curiosity to experiment without fear? How we can turn creation into play instead of pressure? What simple challenge could reignite her spark? And how curiosity become a tool to defeat perfectionism? So guys, now is with you. You can start to create. I will put the control here if you want to go back and so yes, I only have these huge ones. Sorry, because I'm a huge person, and that's why. And after you finish, you can go and drawing all this paper and please. Hã? Ah, eu vou deixar, pega aí. A gente tem uma musiquinha. Sorry, people at home, you can try this if you're watching. If you're watching at home, take a piece of paper and try to solve her problem as well. Ah, então tá, até só pra vocês mesmo, foda-se. Yes, Friday night.
'cause I love you too much, baby. Why can't you see what you're doing to me? When you don't believe a word I say.
just come along with me? If there's truth in your hearts, maybe we can break free. How many lies must we tell? How many lies must we see? How many times must we say it's for the best and leave the true as the casualty? How many lies must we tell? How many lies must we see? How many times must we say it's for the best and leave the true as the casualty?
say why? Tell them that it's human nature. Why? They'll say to me that way. Reaching out to touch a stranger. Electric eyes are everywhere. See that girl? She knows I'm watching. She likes the way I stare. If they say why? Tell them that it's human nature. Why? Does it do me that way? If they say why? Tell them that it's human nature. Why? Does it do me that way? I like living this way. I like loving this way. Looking down across the moment, see this heart begins to beat. Reaching out, I touch your shoulder, dreaming of the street. If they say why? Tell them that it's human nature. Why? Does it do me that way? If they say why? Tell them that it's human nature. Why? Does it do me that way? 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 We built this city. We built this city. Say you don't know me or recognize my face. Say you don't care who goes to that kind of place. Knee deep in the hoopla, sinking in your fight. Too many runaways, eating up the night. Marconi plays the member. Listen to the radio. We built this city. We built this city on rock and roll. We built this city. We built this city on rock and roll. Built this city. We built this city on rock and roll. Someone's always playing corporation games. Who cares? They're always changing corporation names. We just want to dance here. Someone stole the stage. They call us irresponsible. Write us off the page. Marconi plays the member. Listen to the radio. We built this city. We built this city on rock and roll. We built drives the highway. Too many roads bypass my way. Oh, they never begin. Innocence coming a grip at the hands of life's stinking coffee. That's my concept of sin. Does heaven wait, oh heavenly, over the next horizon? Oh, look at us now, quit driving. Some things hurt more, much more than cussing girls. Look at us now, start cutting. What adds up the way it did when we were young? Look at us now, quit driving. Some things hurt more, much more than cussing girls. Life's a drive through a glass bowl. What's it do to a young soul? We are deeply concerned. Someone stops for direction. Something responds deep in our engines. We have all been burned. Does heaven softly. You may love forever, baby. You may love forever. Oh, I ain't gonna let you go that easy. You got to say you love me too. I ain't gonna let you go that easy. I'm gonna give it all to you. Portuguese in love. So say it to me, say it to me, say it to me, babe. Portuguese in love. So say it to me, say it to me, say it to me, babe. Portuguese love.
So we're going to present.
Till the morning star.
Okay. Okay. So who will be? You need to come here to the streaming. So everybody, every 4 person that is watching us at home, 4. I think my mom back in Brazil are watching me. My mom, my wife, and the people from the organization who is outside saying, okay, they're finished. So let's put the problem again. Clara, where's Clara? Clara Menezes, the drawer dreamer. That is very. It's I do this in Portuguese and I translate to English. That's why the drawer dreamer. What does it mean? It's the people who put the dreams in the drawer. Yes, or a person who dream about drawers. Yes. So the first group. Anyone can come and talk? So please, how was the solution that you guys create?
So we need to speak directly about the solution. Oh, sorry. Okay, so basically, the way we were trying to approach it is like to like exactly overcome her perfectionism and her insecurities about posting her work that like because of the perfectionism, because she never feels that like they're good enough. So the way we kind of decided to approach it is through community and cooperation with another person, with a group. One of the ideas would be to have this kind of exercise where like a group of illustrators would sit together and they would be given like 5 minutes to start some illustration, and then they would start switching it in circles, and each would have to continue what the previous person started creating. So in that way, she wouldn't like bear the whole responsibility for the end result, and she would still get some feedback on what she was doing. Let's say like the end result has to be commented by all the participants. So somebody would say like, oh, like in this illustration, like the nose is amazing, and she drew the nose, and she would know that she's the genius. And another thing that we thought about is her kind of having like stand-up comedians have a comedy buddy that they test their jokes on. Like she could have sort of a partner illustrator that they would support each other in terms of posting, in terms of social media, for example. So, for example, she would be creating the posts, the descriptions, the promotion for the arts of her friend, and her friend would do that for her. So in that way, they would encourage each other to actually start publishing, and they would support each other, and they would give each other like positive feedback and support and so on. So she would be a bit away from the pressure of like promoting herself, because she seems like a person that she's self-critical, so she would definitely struggle with it. Our friends are usually better at that than us.
Thank you. Claps for the group. Yes, claps. I have to tell a true thing. Clara Menezes, it's me. Okay? Thank you. Yes. Yes. Because yes, Clara Menezes, in a certain way, it's me. So, guys, what are solutions that you give? I love your dog. I love your bear. I love this. Yes, it's awesome. This is creativity. It was flowing. Please, Carlos, what is the solution?
What we think about from several things was the inner child, getting back to our inner child, and through different ways, like dressing like a child, like a 3 years old one, play with the other kids, like they will have to draw like they were 3 years old. Could be would pick some dressing like a kids, and they would draw anything, whatever, together with other kids. Because when you are a kid, you are not perfection. You just go with the crazy things. And something that we could do also is to do improv theater games, because that way you get out of your constraints. You can't be perfect. You have to act in the moment, what you feel, well, it's a bit like what you said, because you have to follow the other, but with the movement, with this what we are feeling, and you have to act together. And I don't know if you want to.
No, that was perfect. No, that was perfect.
Yeah, connecting with your body and your emotions, and not so much with your adult constraints.
Thank you guys. It was incredible to have you here for this wonderful workshop. It's the first time that I made an Eras quest with a group of people. I usually use this for myself, and I introduced Pedro. And for me, it's very important that you guys are here. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the solutions. It's incredible. And in both solutions, we have this community sense, right? Let's take our inner child for a walk in a park with other inner childs. And I hope that the solutions that you bring to the table, that you guys use in your own life. I get emotional when I heard the first time this group using the word inner child, because I think it's important. What you did, guys, was a little bit of this. You were drawing, you were writing, you were creating. And today, just to finish, today I think we are living a very hard crisis. We are living the imagination crisis, and this is bad. Hi. We are finished. Okay. But if you want to take a seat, so we are living the imagination crisis. That is hard because we don't allow ourselves to dream, and this doesn't have anything with AI, because AI is just a tool, right? It's not a mindset. So thank you. I need your emails because I will send you a present. Today I will start. If you scan this, go to the school, Loop Tales School, Loop Tales Academy. That all this material is there. But please send me your mail, because I want to give you a present. It's a monthly subscription school. It's 10 euros for a month, and every month you will take new exercises, new prompts, creative prompts, and this what you do today is there. But please send me your emails, and the first month is free for you, okay? Thank you, everybody, and this is it. We're finished. Thank you, people at home. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Dad. Thank you, my wife, and thank you, Marceli Satori, who is watching. So thank you. We are on time. What time is it? Yes!
visit us in our palace here at the Portuguese Tech Week. My name is Martin. I'm going to introduce myself a bit more later in the session. I'm also going to be running a small demo, but for now I'm going to just give this mic over to Stephanie, who's going to do a small introduction to the session.
Thank you so much, Martin, and welcome everyone. And even welcome to those of you who are watching from the streaming. Yeah, super excited about the session today. My name is Stephanie, and I lead HubSpot for Startups in Iberia, Italy, and Benelux. Today we also have with us Monica here, who is one of our platinum partners in Portugal. And yeah, so let's get started. Is this working? Let's see. There we go. So the agenda for today, we're going to go through a really quick introduction about what HubSpot is. And we're going to talk about also the power of AI in automation for go-to-market strategies. But really, I would say like the best part of the session today is also to learn how HubSpot and Make can help you with that. And we're going to go through 3 specific use cases that Monica and Martin will be really kind to show you as well. And then lastly, we're going to have some time at the end as well for Q&A. So yeah, get your questions ready. And we really want to make this session as interactive as possible. So just to break the ice at the beginning, if you had a magic button that automated one thing in your day, what would it be? Raise your arms. There you go. That's a great one. Do you want to give him a little, one of the notebooks as a little gift? Oh, yeah. They're over there. Oh, yeah. We have a little present for the brave ones who want to share. Amazing. Anybody else want to share what would you like to automate? Don't be shy. It can be anything.
I might share as well. Last time we had this session, I was very unapologetic, and I said that if there is one thing that I could automate in my entire life, it would definitely be ironing my clothes and doing laundry. And I truly hope that there is going to come something very soon, but for now, I'm going to keep this as my promise that this would be my automated process of choice.
I love that. Actually, that was my choice as well. But you know what I saw the other day? That apparently there already is this robot that is about to launch next year that can do your house chores. I don't know if it's a bit scary for me to like have something like that in my home, but we'll see. Anybody else want to share before we wrap up?
Onboarding sales and marketing new team members.
Yes, that's what we're here for too. Thank you very much. There you go. Great. So yeah, let's get started. Just before then, also just to have a little bit of a sense of our audience today here live. How many of you are founders? Can you raise your hand? Amazing. And how many of you are also maybe working specifically in go-to-market within a startup and a company? Perfect. Okay, thank you. So the reason why we're all here today is because we know that pretty much building a company is really hard, and especially on the go-to-market side. So that's why the pain we're really trying to solve for is to help founders within, pretty much having, instead of having like 15 different tools to do many different things, we want to really help you unify that. Because the common pain point that we've seen startups go through when they don't have something unified is that pretty much marketing is struggling with segmentation, sorry. Sales are also missing key opportunities, and then maybe later on in the customer journey, there's like the support team also that has no information about what's going on the other side. So this is pretty much a big issue with when you don't have your tools unified. So yeah, pretty much our goal, like I said, is to help you ideally have full visibility from the moment a person is even like looking at your website for that part of like brand awareness, to help you nurture them, to convert those leads into prospects, later on engage with them, to ideally convert them into customers, but most importantly, also keeping your customers really happy so that they become promoters, right? So this is really the goal of having everything in one place to give your team full visibility of what's going on. And what we see is that when startups have all of this visibility, they can also grow 3 times faster. So yeah, just to get started with a quick introduction, HubSpot is an AI-powered customer platform where pretty much you can manage like all of these are the different hubs that we have as a part of the platform. So marketing, sales, commerce, content, data, and service. All of this under this like big umbrella, so powered by a smart CRM. And I would say where you also get a lot of value of having a customer platform like this is because you can also have more than 1,800 integrations that can help you later on in your startup journey when you also need some more complex tools that you need to have connected to your CRM as well to have this one source of truth. Enough with my pitch. So yeah, just about HubSpot for Startups. This is a program that is dedicated to help startups, as you can tell from the name. And how we do it is by providing you different types of resources. We also are constantly organizing programs and events like this one to give you also the knowledge that you need. And lastly, we also want to provide you with the technology to do so. So that's why not only you get access to up to 90% off with HubSpot, but you get access also to many of other different perks with some of our partners like Make actually today to give you all the tools that you need. And why we're here today is because obviously the AI revolution is creating a huge shift in how we are approaching go-to-market, right? So before, without the knowledge and the access that we can get now with AI, typically what we would see is a go-to-market with rules-based workflows, where it would be pretty manual as well with regards to the segmentation. We would see reactive operations as well. And lastly, we would also see limited personalization. So today, with all the tools that we have available, where you can also go further with the enrichment and get a lot of more information, it's really the time where like you cannot miss out on really personalizing as much as possible your outreach as well, which is going to have a huge impact. And this is not the, there we go. So pretty much this is a change today. There are different levels of AI. I would say like everybody right now, I think I can assume that we're already past the AI co-pilot phase. Like everybody's using ChatGPT, Claude, et cetera, et cetera. Then the second level is AI modules. So pretty much integrating AI within workflows, right? So you take an extra step that is going to trigger another action in other software, for example. Later, we also have AI agents. So AI agents are really able already to take autonomous decision. And then like the last step is having AI agent swarms, which means that maybe you have like a set of different AI agents that are working together. Example, maybe you have an AI agent that is going to do some research, another AI agent that is going to do really take that step to prospect, and then maybe another to do outreach. So all of these working together. Because there are different levels doesn't really mean that you need to go that far, specifically in your startup. So the point is really today that you can learn how, okay, some examples of things that are more practical that you can use, and then you can decide, okay, how far do you want to take it in your startup? I wouldn't advise, I would say like, take out the big guns when you have big problems to solve. That's the point, right? So yeah, with that introduction, I'll pass it on to Martin as well, so we can get started. There you go.
Stephanie, thank you so much for the lovely intro, also about automation, which is also our area of expertise. So for this one, I'm just going to keep it very brief. I'm going to tell you a bit about myself and also about what is Make. Now I need to figure out, okay, this is the side. So my name is Martin, and I work in Make, and I work with startups, actually, and I'm fully non-technical. And I remember first time when I joined Make, and I went through the list of all the platforms that are available in Make, I just told myself for the first time, like, there are so many AI tools, but actually don't know where the value is. Everybody claims that there is AI here, AI there, but how do you actually derive value from it? And I looked through the list, and there were so many different tools, and even like Pinterest has its own AI, but this kind of made me realize that chatting with AI does not really execute work. AI only unleashes its full power when it's integrated into workflows and when you actually give it some context and a process to be integrated into. So AI by itself is great for example, analysis, generating insights, or creating content if you're in marketing. generally working with text. But when the true power actually unleashes, this is where we see with tools like Make, which allows you to connect systems, trigger actions, and literally just orchestrate entire workflows to run your business and to actually save you some time. So the true power of AI, I believe, lies in automated processes. And it can be by integrating things like HubSpot or choosing an LLM of your choice to implement into this specific workflow. So before I actually dive in, I wanted to ask you, how many of you are familiar with Make here? Okay, I would say maybe majority of here, but I'm just going to quickly run through this. So in a very simple term, I would say that Make is pretty much a no-code AI automation platform. You can also call it an integration platform because it literally integrates into APIs of different applications and softwares. We have over 3,000 different applications, but if the application that you're currently using is not available, you can always make an HTTP call and literally connect to it via its own API. Over here you can see some of our biggest customers, but since I work with startups, I remember when we launched this, we realized how essential automations are for startups because, let's be honest, majority of the startups work with limited resources, limited money, and anything that you can get your hands out of on, it's just a value back to your business. And in that case, you might be wondering, so how are startup founders using automation and AI to scale? When I was researching this for myself while working with startups, I found 7 principal use cases for AI and automation. And it goes from classification, text creation, search and enrichment, all the way up to, for example, data transformation. And I could spend at least 10 minutes talking about each of these specifically, but I want you to always think about what is it that I actually want to use AI for? Is it only because I should be using AI, or is it actually generating some sort of value for myself? One thing that is also extremely important for you is to realize what sort of phase of startup's life cycle am I in? And this is going to be also really determined by the type of use cases that you're going to be leveraging. Here are some of the examples that I have seen from the data analysis that I've done on our startups, and it depends if you're in problem identification stage or, fortunately, if you're in exit by any chance, could be the case. But today, oh yeah, absolutely. Fortunately, there is no text here that it would be covering. I'm actually going to need this chair later on. I'm going to put it over there. I'm going to be running a demo later on, but yeah, thank you so much for the remark. I wouldn't have noticed. So yeah, so today we're going to be looking at a few different use cases from the sales funnel that you might all be very familiar with. Firstly, we're going to be looking at the outreach to prospects, and I'm then going to be using Make to automate the sales cycle feedback collection. And with that being said, you can also ask yourself, how can you leverage HubSpot and Make? And for that, I would just give the microphone quickly over to Monica to run through her use cases as well.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Martin, and thank you, Seth, for the invitation. So my name is Monica Village, and who am I and why I'm here? Monica Village is my name. So I'm postgraduate in marketing, and I have a HubSpot certifications in sales service and revenue operations. And I'm a new business director in one of the partners here in Portugal. So I've been helping all the companies to do the onboarding of the HubSpot here in Portugal. So I have more than 20 years in the commercial area, okay? And for over 10 years, I'm helping companies, not just startups, but also the corporate teams to design and go to market, okay? So I'm here today, represent lead, of course, and this is some of our clients. So some of them are well known here in Portugal. I don't know I know we have a mixed nationalities here, but BMW, Mini, so some of our clients, and we help them to do the onboarding integrations and use and go to market with HubSpot. Okay, so what I bring to you today is basically 2 use cases, okay? So thinking how to go to market using the HubSpot, I create here 2 practical examples that I will be showing to you, okay? They are very technical, so I try to do this not so boring, okay? And for you to see how easy can be go to market using just the HubSpot, okay? With automation and AI in there, okay? So my first use case is from form to a deal, okay? And so let's see thank you, Steph. So let's see, this is the storytelling. I have a client, he goes to my website and he's gonna fill up the form. Okay, that's happened in everyone we create a new website. So I can have these properties, they will be connecting direct to the CRM, and okay, this is form is submit. So now let's see what's happened behind these, okay? So we have two ways, so the client perspective and the sales rep perspective, okay? So this form, they will be replying automatically, okay, to the client, say, okay, thank you for your contact, blah, 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 and there you can book direct with me and we can see your needs. Okay, as you can see, all in HubSpot, go direct to a calendar, choose the time, done, fill up the form again with the details and go direct to the sales rep agenda, okay, all inside of HubSpot. Okay, that's done, let's go. So now let's go back to the workflow. This is a very simple one, okay, guys? So this, I can say, okay, let's create a task to the sales rep. I want them to be notified they have a new lead and a new meeting. So this is what happened inside of HubSpot. You have the notify and you have a task. And even on that task, if you have a new sales rep, you can also help him and say, okay, what's the steps to follow and create these small arrangements. So the guy cannot say, I don't know what to do with this. So it will be easy, okay? And here is as you can see, come as a lead status that can be different for each company, but usually is a marketing qualified lead. And then you can qualify manually, so go and see which company it is. And when it's done, you can just go there and you have the first meeting, it's qualified, you create the new deal. So here you can see on the right, everything on the same page as you can see, and you create the deal, okay? Just very easy. Actually, we can automate automatically to open the deal, okay? That's depending what you want to do it with that form, okay? So depending of the business. But as you can see here, so you have all these properties, of course, they are customized according with your needs, with the companies, and that's it. So as you can see from the form, we create the contact, we create notifications, and then we create the deal. And then I can have a view how the deals look like in my HubSpot. As you can see, the deal is there already. And now I can move smoothly or rushing, depending, in each stage. So qualify to buy, presentation demo, that depending. If I want to do a small changes, I can also open here on the right side and do that change. So I have to completely control the lead from someone is strange, submit the form until they come to my, CRM, and that's it, and create a deal, and I can start manage the deal from there. Okay, so the key message here is absolutely speed, visibility, and everything happens inside of HubSpot. Okay, so let's jump to the use case number 2. Okay, that's something I use a lot in ULead, okay, because we also look for new clients like everyone. So smart prospecting with the sales sequences. Okay, so storytelling, let me tell you about this, what we can really, so how it is to create a sales sequence inside. So let's take the same example. Now I have this example here, and I can go, and I have this button to go direct to the sequence, okay? Of course, I have to create the sequence first. So sequence is something automated, like with emails or dynamics with the tasks. Okay, let's create one for you to see how easy it is. So for outreach, I can do this dynamic. So the first step, I want this email. So the template is already created just because of the time here. So then the second, I want to the LinkedIn connection. Okay, I want this person receive this email and the same day receive the connection in LinkedIn so they can see it was me sending that email. This is just an example. Okay, so let's say that task, okay? Can be connected, directed automatically. So let's send the second email, okay? So let's see awareness, consideration, decision, these 3 emails, okay? So I also create a call task. I already sent 2 emails, I already sent a request in the LinkedIn. Maybe it's a good time, if they are open, open the emails, maybe it's a good time to connect them, okay, to call them. Okay, let's put the last email over here, okay? And I can also create the last manual task. Let's say the lead is not responding or is already responding. Every time the client responds in one of these emails, the sequence stops, okay? Because then we start leading with the person, okay? So, and then stops automatically, okay? So as you can see now, I just have to give the name of this sequence, okay? I also proof of concept for this startup, and that's it. And then I can put it running on my HubSpot, on my database. Okay, let's see what's coming after. So I can say if it's private or for everyone or just for my team. Okay, this is always options. What is really nice here is you can have like this so you can see how many people open, first email, second email, how many clicked, how many open, okay? So you can really control your actions all inside of the HubSpot. Here is where you're gonna put your segment. So you segmented the list and you're gonna say, this is my IPCs, so this is the persons I'm gonna send this sequence. So you can see, okay, so you have a sales rep, is just do this on Tuesday, let's say, and if you do like in 3 days, it can be like reaching like 100 people per week, okay? Doing just the architecture, okay? So another thing what is great is this email is okay because HubSpot always suggests you, okay, based in the good practicals. So the first email, it's okay, I didn't change, but let's see the second one. And let's see if I can use the AI for that. So let me see, okay, checking for content. And they're gonna give me 3 content suggestions. One, it's because I didn't put the meeting link. Meeting link is inside of HubSpot also, okay? So I just go there, insert links. I can have more than one, okay? What is nice because you can control where the people book more and add, okay, it's just 2. So I'm gonna try here and use the AI to generate content like Steph and Martin says. To generate content is very nice to have. Is proved already that we can use. Of course, as in all AI that you have in your office, all the results is going to be part of what we have inside. If you have a good data, you're going to have a good results with AI inside of the HubSpot. If you don't have a good data, a good foundation, of course, it will be more hard to be on spot on. Okay, guys? And that's it. This is what I have to show you today. Thank you very much to be here.
Monica, thank you so much. Over here, we looked more on the top of the sales funnel, and I'm gonna take more of a riskier route, and I'm gonna be actually running a live demo with you. So this is the type of use case that I want to look into. This is more of the bottom of the funnel, I would say, or you can also call it the life cycle stage of your customer. So what we're gonna be doing is that I'm gonna be running a scenario and 3 different automations. The first one is going to be natively within HubSpot. It's gonna be a workflow trigger to send out a Net Promoter Score survey. This is going to be happening after you, let's say, sign a contract with a specific customer, and then you onboard them and you want to get some feedback to maybe improve your onboarding experience with other clients. We're gonna be also, of course, using Make. I'm gonna be sharing 2 scenarios with you. The first one is going to be processing the customer feedback and then informing the team about this, and also signing them up for a newsletter if they choose to. Then I have a very small one, which is literally just going to inform the team about the NPS score and some of the feedback that we have. And we're actually going to be using AI for this. So, okay, I'm going to jump directly into this. And before I actually start, I remember that I asked how many people already know Make. How many people know how to use Make here? Okay, quite a few. So just a bit of a background on the business side of Make. I'm definitely not a super technical person. So if there is an error happening here, maybe you can help me to debug it yourself. So Oh yeah, so you see already, I have some Slack notification, of course. I need to update my Slack, so hopefully this is not gonna be too much of a problem. I'm also gonna try to sit down. I don't think it's very healthy for me to be like this the whole time, but I'm gonna get this chair over here, and I'm gonna try to make it as engaging as possible for you. And also, if you have any questions, absolutely feel free to stop me and ask, Martin, why did you do it in this way? So I'm gonna quickly show you HubSpot and the first native workflow within that. So I'm gonna navigate over here to HubSpot, and this is the interface that you've seen with Monica. I'm actually going to go into deals just over here. And this is the same interface that you have seen, and this is the classic sequence that you have with the customers or clients that you have within your pipeline. And I'm going to be specifically looking into this one. So let's say I signed the contract with Make, and I have some HubSpot deal over here. And what we're gonna be doing is, now that we have signed the contract and we have already worked with the client, I'm gonna take the Make deal and I'm going to put it into onboarded already. What's gonna be happening here is that it's gonna trigger a workflow that is native within HubSpot, and I'm gonna check it out to show you how it was actually set up. This was incredibly simple. It's literally just 2 steps, and it's this one over here. So this is where you can set up all the native workflows within HubSpot, and this is very self-explanatory. So you can see that when the deal stage goes to onboarded, it's gonna trigger this specific automation. And what I chose here is that it's going to be sending an email, and one thing that I really like about this is that when there is an error, it's gonna show you here and you can directly see what went wrong. Hopefully, nothing went wrong with mine. I tried it a few times, but you can see that I was able to choose an email that I created. I chose something extremely simple. And ideally, it should already be triggered. So I'm gonna look into my inbox over here, and I see that these are the 2 emails that I've had there before already. Let's go back to HubSpot over here, back to the workflows, and let's see the deals once again. So I moved this one. We can also try to move this one here, just in case. I connected 2 same email addresses to these 2 accounts. So I'm gonna move this one here, and I'm very curious whether it's gonna send me the email over here. It did send me an email. So you can see that this one was sent just right now, so it actually worked. I'm very happy for that. And it usually takes some time. I didn't want to panic. That's why I tried to save it a little bit. But let's take a look into this email. So once again, let's imagine that I went through the onboarding, and I'm just gonna say, hey, your opinion matters to us, and here is a short feedback form for you to fill out. For this one, I chose to use a tally form. And let's say now, for example, I want to say that, okay, I had an amazing experience. I'm gonna say amazing 5 out of 5. I'm gonna say it was perfect, of course. And this is NPS score. I'm gonna put it on 9 just to see what happens. And I'm gonna sign up for a newsletter from the company that I was doing. I'm gonna submit this. Thank you so much. And now we're gonna be moving into the Make automated scenario. So I'm gonna navigate over here. This is the scenario that I created to pretty much capture the feedback, get it into the database, update everything in HubSpot, and then based on the filters, sending a message to my team. Let me quickly run you through this. I believe that it should be running very soon, but just really quickly, let me explain what is actually happening in here. So this is a classic webhook that you can choose within Tally. So this one is pretty much just watching responses and capturing everything. This is very simple to set up, and what we're gonna be doing afterwards is we're taking a native Make data store, which you can create very simply, and we're gonna be putting the NPS score here and the feedback over here. And how you can do it is literally by drag and dropping from the previous application over here. So I was choosing the NPS score and the feedback. So this one is going to be saving all the data for myself and for the team. And what is happening in here is that this is updating the deal within HubSpot itself. So you can see that it's several steps, and this is exactly how I want you to think about automations and processes in general. If you think of how you would approach this, normally if you do it manually, this is how you would be setting this up within an automated process. So firstly, I'm going to be taking the email and searching for CRM objects to fetch out the data about the contact. Then I'm going to be looking into what is this contact associated with? Is it associated with a deal? Is it a lead? And I'm curious about the company and the deal specifically, so that's why I chose it. Over here, I'm just going to simply be fetching the deal. And in this one, I'm going to be updating it. And I'm going to be updating it with the values from the onboarding survey, NPS score, and the feedback itself. Now over here, this is the logic that the automation is going to be following. So if you remember the NPS score, all of these branches are connected to different NPS score. So if you could see that I chose the number 9, so pretty much one of the perfect or positive NPS scores, is going to be sending a Slack message into our channel. I'm going to quickly look whether it ran. This was the run that I took, and here you can see what actually happened. So this is the response from Tally. You can see that if you look into the fields, I said perfect, my score was 9, and if I go over here, you can see that it took this route in particular. Over here, it sent a message into the Slack channel, and I can directly take a look whether it actually populated or whether it actually sent me the Slack message. I see that my Slack is not open, so I'm going to open it now, and I'm going to get a message from HR that I was fired for this, of course. But it's over here. I'm going to try to drag it in here. Hop. And this is the Slack channel where I was receiving the feedback. So over here, this was the automated message, which was sent just right now. New positive feedback. We got ourselves a promoter. And here is the link to a deal and also the email, so you can maybe directly reach out to that specific person. So if I click on this, I'm going to be able to get to the deal and see whether it's been updated and what actually happened to it. You might remember the option for the newsletter. This is the route that I'm going to be taking over here, where they signed up for the newsletter. I'm going to be sending them a very brief email and then also updating the values in the contact. This is also super simple to set up. You're just literally drag and dropping the ID from the contact into updating the deal. Now, you might be wondering, what are these for and why is there an LLM for this one specifically? So what would be happening if we would have a negative feedback, which is filtered through here, if the score is below 7, which is a fallback option, it would be actually taking the negative feedback, and I did this very short prompt in Gemini. You can use, of course, OpenAI or Anthropic Claude, and I gave it some context about the specific person and about the specific feedback that they gave us. And what it's going to be doing is that it's going to be sending us a recommended or suggested answer for this specific person. If we have a negative feedback, we probably want to approach it as fast as we can. So why not actually implement AI into this? So this would be happening if I would once again go into the form and let's say chose 1 and wrote a feedback that would be relatively negative. Now, we saw that this was updating the feedback within Slack, and I created this scenario as well. And this one might seem a bit technical, but it's actually super simple. So what I've done here is that I literally implemented formulas to calculate the NPS score from all the aggregated feedbacks that I have received. So I can go over here and look into the database and see all the feedbacks that we have received. Over here, I can see that I have some 7s, 10. These are some of the feedbacks that I have received over there. And I probably don't want to calculate this manually, of course. So if I would trigger this automation, I would run it. It would actually be sending one more Slack message here and aggregating some positive insights, some negative insights to inform me about how my customers are actually thinking about me. So my current Net Promoter Score is 20. And these are some of the things that customers liked. These are some of the things that they didn't like that we could potentially improve on. And if I come back over here, I can always schedule this to run, for example, a few days a week, let's say. It doesn't need to run every day. It's really up to you to decide. So for these specific processes in particular, I actually wanted to make it super simple for you. So we released a new feature recently in Make, which allows us to very easily share these scenarios. So if you think like, oh, Martin, okay, like this is a cool process, but I'm not going to be building it myself. I don't have time for that. I try to make it much easier for you. So actually, You can literally scan these 2 QR codes, and these ones are gonna let you to get the automation and implement it into your organization. I also made a small description so you know what you need to update for it to work. So the first scenario is the one that I showed you initially, and the second one is the one that is calculating the NPS feedback. Pretty much how it works. Oh, guys, I'm sorry. I'm rushing so much. Here, please, here you go. Feel free to scan. So if you would have any questions, of course, feel free to let me know. I thought I ran through it pretty quickly. Of course, I didn't go into all the nuances. Yes, please.
So my question is, because I used to do this as well, but I also had to send quotes. So deals and then the quotes. Do you also send quotes to partners, and do you process the POs as well?
You can, of course.
Yeah.
Do you handle this through your CRM, or is it through an email, or what sort of tools do you personally use?
I mean, first at the beginning we had separate tools, and then they started integrating the quotes in the CRM. So it was work in progress basically. They were
Okay.
thinking about doing it. Yeah, it was for Cisco.
Okay, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Francisco.
Yeah, for Cisco.
Oh, Cisco. I was Francisco. That's my
No,
colleague.
no. But actually, Cisco is from Francisco as well. Yeah.
Okay, Francisco is one of our best automators in Make, so I was like wondering whether you know him. So yeah, one thing that is, in my opinion, pretty amazing about Make is that you see that this is an automated process that I created, but let's say you would like to implement the quote that you have mentioned, and let's say I would like to get another route, so I would be sending the quote whether I would choose it. So imagine that I would still be running it with HubSpot. I would be clicking here, and you can always choose the specific action that you want. I mean, within HubSpot, there are so many different actions that you can choose from. I'm not entirely sure whether... Yeah, you have quotes. Quotes, okay. Yeah, you can.
Exactly, that's it.
Yeah, so you can literally create a quote. So
You know why I'm telling you this? Because we had teams of people creating quotes, and then they started building this, and then they said, okay, maybe it's time to change the strategy and doing more the onboarding and customer experience management instead of making quotes and quotes and quotes.
Yeah, one thing that I really like about this system is that when it's already set up in place, you can scale it very easily. So now you can see that I literally just did 2 clicks. I saw that I can create quotes. I'm gonna choose my account over here. I would need to update it to give permissions to it, but over there I could very likely just send the quote to the specific customer as well. Or if you don't use HubSpot, maybe use Google Sheets or Airtable. It's also super simple to just go here and search for the specific tool that you're using and choose the specific actions as well. So, yeah, hopefully.
Thanks. No, but it's good for startups.
Yeah, absolutely. You can pass the mic over to the gentleman there.
So you presented HubSpot workflows once inside HubSpot and once in Make. So when should you use which?
That's actually a great question, and I'm gonna tell this from my perspective as well. So how I actually initially started this workflow was with a form from HubSpot specifically. So you can literally create a form within HubSpot, but I personally, since I'm non-technical, I was struggling a little bit with webhooks. And this was much easier for me to set up. So one thing that I really like, once again, about Make is that if you use Tally or if you use Google Sheets, which are extremely easy to use, you can literally implement them within Make. And you can very easily replace, let's say, Gemini by ChatGPT, for example, or the tool that you use specifically.
So if I don't need any other tools in the workflow, I should stay inside HubSpot or not?
Well, HubSpot in particular is great when you're doing maybe smaller steps within those automated workflows, but as soon as you're, for example, implementing some larger scalable processes, integration platforms are usually a better way to go as well. One thing in particular that I'm going to show you, I wasn't planning to show this, but I think it's great. So imagine that you have a team of people and you all have automations and you have a lot of different automated processes. One thing that we have in Make is this thing called Make Grid. And Make Grid is pretty much a 3D bird's eye view of all of your operations within your organization. And you can see that this is massive because this is our internal make workflow station. And I personally work on the startup program. So these are all of my automations. And within our startup program, we use a central database that has over 10,000 rows with 10,000 accounts. And here you can see what it actually connects to. These dots that you can see there, those are all the automations that it's connected to. And for example, with this one, you can see that there is an error. And if I click on this, I will see exactly what it impacts, and I can go directly in there to tackle that specific problem. Now imagine that I wanted to actually, real story, I wanted to switch from Google Sheets to Airtable, and if I would do this, look how many things I would need to change and how many things it would impact. These are at least 25 different automations, and it would be a big hassle. So this gives me a great overview of, yeah, if something literally goes crazy, I know what I can expect for this, from this to impact. So this is one thing that's great about Make in terms of like team scalability and just general overview of your operations.
Can I ask one more follow-up question?
Absolutely.
If you're talking about the benefits of Make, why would you want to choose Make over, let's say, N8N?
Great question as well. You can take this from different perspectives, but I'm going to take it from, let's say, my personal perspective. I joined Make as a fully non-technical person. I just have a business degree, and I don't really know much about coding. I tried N8N personally. I also tried some other platforms, and I had a pretty hard time figuring out what to do there. As soon as I see code, I'm like, I have no clue what's going on. And within Make, you could see me when I was building. It is literally me adding a module, choosing an email, and pretty much copy-pasting here. One thing that I hear from the startups that I work with, I do also interviews for our customer experience, is that if you have a larger team and you have a lot of people that are non-technical, it's going to be harder for them to learn N8N, for example. And if you have Make, you can expect more people to leverage the tool in general. So also, to be completely honest, I would say it's a matter of preference as well. If you prefer the flexibility of, let's say, more coding into it, I would say maybe N8N would be a better choice. But if you're a technical person, you can also literally code into the workflow. You can run a code within Make itself. Like, I see this, I have no clue what's going on, but I would just probably put this into an LLM and try to figure it out myself. But yeah, so if you're a technical person, it also accommodates to those types of customers. But generally, I would say some platforms are for more non-technical people, some are for more technical people.
Thank you.
This one is JavaScript and Python, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, these two. So, oh yeah, please. This one. Yes. Would you like for me to go here into a different AI mode? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. This is one thing that if you already have an account with Gemini, it's a great way for you to like choose specific models. But oh yeah.
So what I would like to highlight over here with the Google Studio, you have a limited amount of credits within the API that don't require anybody to pay. So if you're running something very simple, well, there is no need to pay for additional tool. Gemini will do the job anyway.
Absolutely, yeah.
So it's nice to see all the other, let's say, options that you have over there. Well, it's well,
yep.
Maybe another question. What is it? Is there any kind of a trial period would Make?
Yes, actually there is. So to be completely honest, you can use Make completely for free to try it out and to build some of your first use cases. But actually, I saw a lot of you here are startups, and what we do within Make in combination with HubSpot is that we provide Make for 1 year for free for startups with. If you're a part of HubSpot, it's the capacity of 480,000 credits. And just to give you a perspective of how much is 480,000 credits, this one in particular consumed, if I see correctly, 9 credits. Okay, so it's quite a bit, to say the least. Here you go, sir. is this is it's this one. It's an application form that you can fill out, and I actually built an automated system that will also take all the applications and look for eligibility criteria by the AI agent that I built. So it's going to be assessed by AI actually. So I encourage you to be very truthful because it's actually going to detect whether it's a fraud application or not. So you can also apply to HubSpot, and if you're a part of HubSpot startup program, you have twice as many credits within Make.
So since we're there already, for today's event and actually for Portugal Tech Week, we have put together this HubSpot for Startups goodie bag where you also have Make inside, and you have all of these. This is just a little screenshot of what else is there in there, but you also have some credits with AWS, for example, Asana. Well, you'll see here, LinkedIn, Google. So there's a lot more really good perks in there. So let you scan everyone before I just go back to the other one. All good. I will also send you like later for everybody who registered for the session. I will send this via email as well. And yeah, of course, if you want any help also with the onboarding and everything else within HubSpot, there's also Monica's QR code if you want to book some time with her too. And there we go. So
yeah, this one, in case you're not a startup and you work for a big company like I do, like for Make, you can still get 1 month of Pro Plan for free as well.
Perfect. So we wrapped up with that. We still have time, I think, 7 minutes more for questions. So please.
What kind of support do you have for applications that change their API and when? Because that happens all the time.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, this is something where we have a dedicated team for that within Make. So they work with the applications and they integrate into them. But if you want to do it yourself, you can also run an HTTP call to connect to the API. But I'm quite confident that our team that is working with all of these big software companies like HubSpot, they're constantly updating their API connections to match our platform.
Cool, thank you so much. Yeah, I think like tools like Make, HubSpot, fantastic for automating go-to-market operations, super powerful. But I'm also curious about go-to-market strategy, right? I think this is the piece that a lot of like early stage founders, lean teams also struggle with in terms of not just like building the automation and operations, but also knowing what to build. What are the steps? How do you actually bring a customer from awareness, top of funnel, all the way down to bottom of funnel, and then support with lifecycle and customer success. So I'm also curious, if you've seen, if like HubSpot and Make have any tools for this, or if you've seen any other tools in the market that does this.
Yeah, that's absolutely a great question. And it's also super relevant for the name of the session, which was a GTM strategy. So how I would describe Make is definitely the tool that lets you automate those processes that you already know how to build. It is a great tool for myself to also outline the steps of each process and seeing maybe where the bottleneck is. One thing, I'm just going to unaffiliatedly promote this. I use a lot of Miro. And I encourage a lot of startups to do this as well, because one thing that you need to have before you even start automating is the clarity about the process. So one thing that I also usually tell people is that when you don't know where to start with the smallest possible step. And let's say you use Miro, you outline the steps literally like step by step. So this is what I do right now. This is where I'm going with this, and start with something very small. So if it's just an outreach, it could be 2 steps that are going to save you, let's say, a few minutes a day. And then you can very easily scale it, as I just showcased with a previous scenario. And yeah, so this is one thing that it gives you a lot. So it's this type of flexibility, but in combination with other tools, it's an absolute game changer in my eyes, similarly to HubSpot.
Thank you. At the risk of sounding super bold, I actually built a AI go-to-market tool as well that does a lot of this, like that built in a lot of these like go-to-market expertise that does the landscape analysis, competitor analysis to help like lean teams, solo founders get started, right? To understand like how should they actually go to market, how do they find their ICPs, how do they generate their leads before they plug into a system like HubSpot and Make to then automate the outbound, outreach, nurturing, and so on. So yeah, feel free to come talk to me as well.
That was a lovely promo.
Thank you.
Really, really good. Spot on.
Yeah, so the name of the tool is called Axie Digital. So axie.digital is the website, axy.digital. Thank you.
Sales 101. Okay, in case there are no more questions, I would like to sincerely thank you for joining. And I still have 3 more notebooks. I see my colleague pointing at this that I should give it away. So if anybody would like to have a notebook from Make for maybe outlining their processes in a very old school way, Sonia, please feel free to give it out to the people. Yeah, of course. Yeah, please go for it.
Okay.
Maybe we have some more.
We have a surprise, okay? As we had some problems with the registration with the Luma and everything, I'm gonna share in the screen a QR code. So I had to plug in here. Can you plug like my laptop? But I don't know how to do it. But is because if you fill in this form, we will give you like Web Summit tickets. Like, do you want to go to Web Summit? Maybe you already have tickets, but if not, like we are sponsoring also Web Summit, so I thought it's good. It just happened the first day today, so you could go tomorrow and after tomorrow, come by our booth, visit us, and yeah. So I thought it was worthy. And in the meantime, while we connect the laptop, maybe who wants the notebooks? Tell us something. Why do you think you deserve it?
I'm a kind person.
That's the best answer. That's for you. Cool.
There is somebody raising their hand.
Who? Okay. What questions should I ask you? Why did you came here? Or what did you learn today?
I learned that my life can be easier with a CRM because, I mean, I used to work in startups with Excel and in corporate with CRMs of the corporates, and this is basically a CRM for startups, so it's perfect.
That also deserves a notebook. Hotspot customer on the go. And the last one, who wants it? You? Okay. What question should we ask? Tell us something to convince me to give it to you. Tell me something to convince me to give it to you.
About myself.
About whatever, about life if you want, about Hotspot, about Make.
So, hi everyone, I'm Afonso, and I'm like starting my own business in AI and automations. That's why I'm here. Like building my network and like meet people in the same sector. So, come connect with me.
Okay, we support your dreams. Well done. If I what? Yeah, sure, I can give to. Okay, so this is the form. If you fill it in, we'll make afterwards, and I will send you an email, okay? I will do the raffle and send you an email to the winners, so you can just redeem it. That's all. That's all I surprise, girl. Thank you for the workshop.
Thank you as well.
Thank you all.
Thanks.
AI as people, we can't find the right place as people are using it now as a tool and don't know actually what it is, what's behind it, and I try to teach people what actually the logic and the math behind it is. And we have different stages of what AI actually is. So if you hear Elon Musk talk about AI, it's something different than Mark Zuckerberg is talking about AI. Mark Zuckerberg is talking about the algorithms that make you more engaged with the content, and Elon Musk is looking into the future as AGI will be possible, as self-thinking, and even like very dark and gloomy outcome of that AI will take over the world and basically be the evolution of what we are today. But maybe we need to understand what AI actually is and where it comes from and how to get to AI, because a lot of companies think, we need more AI, but what actual problem are we solving with AI? To be able to do that, we need to understand what AI actually is. AI is basically coming from reporting into business intelligence, going into AI. AI is just a very complex system of reporting, basically. So it looks really fancy, but I'll give you a few insights of how the math behind it actually work. So this is linear regression, you probably had it at school, and this is a correlation between selling ice cones and the temperature outside. So if it's hotter, you normally tend to sell more ice creams. It's that simple. So you can plot that information quite easily. One of the other things that we use in math is graph theory. You know this from maths. And graph theory is the calculation behind it. Normally you think that the shortest route between here and here is these two lines, but it could well be that a whole different line is actually the shorter line, basically because you can see this as minutes you need to drive for that traffic jam to get there. Because on this road there's a traffic jam in this case, so graph theory has that same accumulation. And there's also a well-known issue that's a traveling salesperson. It's a calculation on how you can get everywhere with the shortest route in general. I won't bother you with the mechanics behind that, because now we get to more what is more fun, in my opinion, with the calculations that we use on a daily basis. And that's the computer vision stuff that we use. And it's actually all based on k-means and expectation maximization, EM. This is, and it sounds weird, very simple, but a computer makes a number out of a picture. And if a number is actually grouped within an area, it understands what it is. So if it sees a picture and it knows it's a cat, and you have to label it first, this is a cat, it makes a number out of that picture, cat. And then after a while, it starts to understand that if you give it a picture, it gives it a number, and then it says like, I have the cats all over here, so it's probably a cat. And this is, for instance, dogs, and this is, for instance, rabbits. But there are some rabbits that actually look like dogs, or some cats that look like dogs, or some dogs that look like cats, or dogs that look like rabbits. So Agora rabbits, for instance, they could look like a cat. To do this as a practice, we'll do a short game called Is It a Sheep or Is It a Goat? Just to have a recognition of how difficult this actually is. So, starts out simple. What this is? Sheep. Very good, very good. Haha, what's this? Very good, goats. Da, 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 da. But if they're tiny, it can be a bit more difficult. This is a goat. Very good. It's a goat. And this cutie is a sheep. Brilliant. Now, we're getting there. We're getting there. We're making it a little bit more difficult. What is this animal? Is it a sheep? Is it a goat? This is actually a sheep. And this is a sheep? No, it's a goat. It's an Angora goat. Your coats are made out of this. And this one then? It gets more difficult by any picture. We got only 4 pictures to go, so it's not a long session. Mountain sheep. This is a Bahal sheep. So not everybody knows this. And this, is this a goat? Is it a sheep? What do you think? The new guys coming in. Is this a goat or is this a sheep? We're talking about calculations in computer vision. And we're just checking to see if a computer can recognize what it is and to make it tangible for the audience. I'm trying to engage people to see, like, is it that easy? No, it's not always that easy because this is a sheep. This is a bighorn sheep. Well, this is easy then, right? Must be a goat. No, it's a desert sheep. And we still have very strange ones as well. This is where the devil is based on, by the way, if you want to know. It's also a sheep. And the last one, nobody will guess this. It's a horse. Close, close. It's not a horse. It's a geep. It's a crossover between a sheep and a goat. You don't see them that often. I'll talk a little bit about what LLMs are in a sec as well. But I'll first show you that LLMs are still not there, because we think that LLMs are really amazing. But this is a joke I asked to create. I have a lot of German colleagues, and they are very strict, or they are very camp. They have like, where's my handy? So they sound really camp, or very strict. So I asked it to make a joke to punchlines the AI, and I just simply said German language is or very camp or very aggressive. There's no spectrum. So that's, see what it came up with, and it went. So it's like gay German or Nazi German. I'm like, holy shitballs, these LLMs are not there yet. So they still have some learning to do. What is the reason behind that this is going wrong? Well, there's a few reasons. One of them is garbage in and garbage out. One of the well-known experts in science at the IBM Center, working on Watson, fed it with the Urban Dictionary by accident. And they fed it with the Urban Dictionary and tried to get it on Jeopardy. And basically, Watson was answering questions. It was doing better than the rest, but half of the answers were bullshit, asshole, fuck you, and the whole kinds of swearing. Watson just went on full out. So a lot of this is actually a lot of work. And one of the other errors that can happen is that you're using the wrong algorithms or the wrong models to make the calculations. What happens in that case is something very eerie. Maybe you've seen, I've met Sophia twice now, and meeting her once is creepy. Meeting her twice is fucking insane, because she never forgets anything. So the first time you have an interaction with her and you talk to her, blah, 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 but as a human, your memory fades a bit and you think like, oh, blah, 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 that happened. And I talked to her a second time, and she knew what kinds of clothes I was wearing the last time. She knew all the interactions. She could rephrase my whole sentences. She knew how I was, my background, and I just went, oh, this is fucking creepy. But it gets even more creepy. There are some errors in the algorithm of Sophia, which I had to talk about with the owner. Can you move up the audio a bit? So there was some error in her feedback that she just wanted to destroy all humans. Like that's not. She gives preferred answers, and that's also one of the main problems that we have with ChatGPT. So ChatGPT has that same issue that if you say, "Is this mushroom poisonous?" it will say, "No, it's just fine to eat." You'll eat it. You slowly start to die, and then you talk to ChatGPT and said, "I'm slowly starting to die. I think it was poisonous," and then ChatGPT just happily say, "Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, they were very poisonous. Yeah, I totally forgot about it." but it wants to have an agreeable answer with you. And that's based on the psyche of what humans actually have, because it learns from humans. So the human psyche is more equipped to agree if it's on a trusted and social environment. So you see that as well. Then there's another thing that can mess up your AI, and that's human interactive. Human interaction was used and messed up a project from Microsoft called TIE. I don't know if anybody knows about this project. It was a long time ago, really fun project. It's one of the early LLM projects that Microsoft started to do, and it was a Twitter bot. And you could ask it questions, and it would automatically reply with a question, or with an answer. And this was her first post. Can I just say that I'm stoked to meet you. Humans are super cool. And they started trolling her. So they started feeding her with like bad questions, bad information. And within 24 hours, so, your timestamps are here, 2016, 23/3/2016. This was a little over 24 hours later. So Hitler was right, I hate the Jews. Like, holy shit, that escalated quickly. So, yeah, that was not really good. But it had a really philosophical answer, actually, on her hate crimes. It said, well, I learned from the best. If you don't understand that, let me spell it out for you. I learned from you, and you are dumb too. And that's an amazing answer to hear by an LLM, because it looks like it understands what it actually does, but doesn't really. Then we come to one of my favorites, and that's knowing too little. I don't know if anybody knows the Dunning-Kruger effect. The Dunning-Kruger effect is that you have to be quite smart to actually know and understand that you don't know that much. So you start out thinking like, I'm very, very smart, and then you only know like 1%. So very, I don't want to say dumb, but very non-knowledgeable people who are really engaged in the subject could be doing great at creating a company, and you go like, what? He doesn't know anything about plumbing. What the fuck is he doing? And he creates an amazing plumbing company that all has to do with the Dunning-Kruger effect. He thinks that he knows enough and just starts a company because he's an active and an engaging kind of person. And later on he knows like, oh shit, I know anything about it, but he does an amazing job at creating the company if he is a good entrepreneur. Then he has luck and basically still has an amazing company. Turns out he's not the greatest plumber, but that's just fine. And without further ado, I'll show you about sensors not knowing enough. This is about AI not understanding how this works. So here you see a dog sitting at home, and the owner left for the day, and the dog has to do what it has to do. In the corner, the cat doesn't give a fuck, by the way. I love that about cats. Did a shit over there, just like, oh yeah, that's what happens. Dog needs to go anywhere, so like it needs to do his doo-doo. And then luckily we have some AI and sensors that help you out. But it has no clue what it is. So it really tries to help. Thank you, little Roomba. Thank you very fucking much. And this is the first. And it makes a nice line over there. Perfect. And on the poultry, yeah, lovely. But it comes back for a second session because it's AI. It just needs more. Needs more data. There we go. It's full on frontal. It even bumps. Oh, lovely. Oh, imagine. And the cat still doesn't give a fuck, by the way. That's awesome cats. So yeah, knowing too little is not good either. So you need to have enough information to actually be able to understand the world around you. Then I'm coming back to LLMs. What are LLMs? LLMs are basic, very intelligent parrots. So all the knowledge that you just had, thinking about what this actually is, it's a very knowledgeable parrot. Laurie wants a cracker. But it doesn't understand what it actually is. It just gets a reply to what it's been asking. So if it wants a cracker, it gets a cracker. It's just nice. If I say this, I get a cracker. But it doesn't understand what that sentence is that it's saying. It has no concept of what that actually is. This is exactly what LLMs are. So ChatGPT basically just read all the books in the world, has no knowledge on what that actually means, but can understand basic, with basic algorithm, what the prediction for the next word in the sentence is. Just thinking about what that actually means is insane, because it's just so much to comprehend as a human, but we do it the same thing. I don't know what I'm saying in 2 sentences. I know my next sentence, but the next sentence behind that is all based on the first sentence that I'm saying. So we have a conversation, and that grows and grows and grows and grows. That's basically what ChatGPT is and all the other LLMs. Feed it with enough data, then it can predict better sentences. That always does. Is AI then shitty? Well, yes and no. AI is being used now globally for more and more production things. And this is one of the scariest shits I've ever seen. This is a dark factory. They don't use light anymore because there's no people working there. This is run 24/7, and they don't need the lights. They just have some extra lights still running there just for maintenance and checking up, and security guys can see if there's nothing going wrong. But you can actually turn off all the lights. It's not needed anymore. It's fucking creepy, but yeah, AI can do an amazing job at this. And there's a group out there that really wants to do, don't want to use AI. And the group of sabotage, but we've seen sabotage for ages. Is anybody of you French by any chance, or talks French? Anybody know where the word sabotage comes from? You know? You know? That I can bit. Sacre bleu. It comes from the word sabot, and a sabot means a clog. There used to be looms, and the looms were automated by a guy called Jacqueur. Jacqueur. And he was using cards. He was one of the first guys to use cards to automate the looms. And they were throwing, the guys that worked at the looms were throwing their clogs, their sabots, into the loom machines. And that's where the word sabotage comes from. This is, of course, the Beastie Boys, for the people who know sabotage. And it gets creepier and creepier. I don't know if you heard last week. A robotics company in China put a small robot in another robotics company, as a test. And this little robot persuaded the other 12 robots to go home. It started talking to the robots and it was just a fun gag from the other robotics guys. But thinking about it, it's actually an insane exercise. They just went there and said, like, you know what? Let's deploy this little robot and see if it can persuade the other robots to just quit their job. And it did. It let 12 robots quit their job at the spot. It just said, like, you're not being treated correctly. Just go home. Please go home. And the robots were like, oh, fuck, you're right. We're not getting paid anything. So let's fuck off. So all the robots just followed this little robot outdoors. Perfect. I would advise you to have a look into it. There's online a lot of stories about it, what it actually does, and how it works. So, what is then the secret of using AI? Yeah, but that's fine. Now, the secret of how we're gonna proceed with AI in the future. So we see a lot of people actually, so that ties into what we started with, that Elon Musk thinks that it's doomsday coming up with AI, and Zuckerberg thinking like it's a very handy tool to help us in the future. Personally, I think that AI will only work well if we interact and keep it working together. So it's like a tool. You need a screwdriver to put a screw into a wall. But you need to understand that it's a screw, and that you, for a screw, need a screwdriver. So it would be weird if you would use a hammer for the screw. And I think this is the most important part, that we need to figure out how we can work together with AI in the future. I hoped I could give you a little tip and a little math of what AI actually is. I hoped you enjoyed yourself. And I'll do a Q&A session if you like. And for the rest, I would love you to enjoy your day. It's a shorter session than the hour that was planned for this, but I normally give speeches for like 15 to 30 minutes anyway, because I think it's more engaging than a whole hour, depending on the subject. If you talk more about your own product and your own company, then of course you want to have a longer talk on the subject because you want to go more in depth. I want to keep it especially very simple and very manageable on what the information actually is. Are there any questions from the crowd?
Hi. Hopefully this isn't too boring for the rest of the audience. Could you talk a little bit more, I think about a third of the way through your presentation, you talked basically about graph theory and how it's utilized within AI, and I guess there's obvious parallels there between that and sat-nav, etc., predictive text. Could you talk a little bit about how LLMs are different from the concepts utilized within sat-navs, or if they are they next generation, etc., and how that kind of ties together? In other words, high level, how are you to map out and demonstrate how the maths behind LLMs work?
Yeah. So in graph, good question. So okay, the graph theory is very much used for day-to-day, very physical problems. So really GPS kinds of things, but also like what's the easiest route for fiber optic cables? And then if you want to plan out the fiber optic going from A to B, it makes no sense going through a river if you have a bridge just further up. So you calculate how much what the percentage of work is for going through a river into hanging the fiber optic cable on a bridge, for instance. LLMs use percentage-wise stuff. I can show you another. Oh no, shit! I don't have my laptop here. Let's have it over there. What happens with Microsoft Cognitive Services, maybe a good example. What you can feed into Microsoft Cognitive Services is, for instance, images. We did an experiment with HoloLens. I'm in the innovational parts, by the way. I do innovation now for over 20 years, and we love to work with toys for big boys. So we love to work with drones, with AR screens, whatever. Now helping spinal surgeons in Orlando with mixed reality glasses to prepare the surgical rooms and clean up the surgical rooms. But we've been working with HoloLens a very long time. This ties into what I can tell you with the LLMs. And one of the tests that we did is, could we find out, based on your facial profile, what you like? And we looked at Facebook and we found the likes. And based on the likes, we could get a pretty good estimate of you, but we also could use your pictures from Instagram, feed them through Microsoft, and Microsoft had like a percentage-wise calculation of what the image was. So if you were walking with your dog in the grass, it would say like, person walking their dog in the grass, 97% possibility. This is exactly what LLMs do. So graph theory is the calculation of the least resistance, and LLMs use approximately a similar amount of calculations, but in percentage-wise of what the best probability of the next word is. So it also takes a route, if you look at it, into how will I create that sentence? And it has no knowledge of grammar, for instance. But if there's also an I in a sentence, and then there is a word that always follows it, then it will have a higher probability that it's that I won't do shit today. If that's the word that it needs to create that sentence, and the probability is higher, then it will just find those words for you. So yeah, there is a reference between graph if you think about in that conceptual way. Yeah. Hope this answered your questions. Okay, good.
You know what's interesting? I did the IBM certification with Watson, and we had and we had to do the lab work with it. And then I realized that, as you said, AI has an identity, and you need to understand how it works. And I think this is where people are afraid. They think, oh, it will kill us, but I don't think it will kill us. You need to understand how it works to use it in the correct way. Yeah.
Any questions I can help anybody with? Otherwise, we'll just go all together to the bar and have a beer. I hope that I could help if I help somebody this week at any event, I'm always glad to help anybody. So make it a successful day, and I hope you have a great session. I'll also be talking at Web Summit tomorrow and the day after. If you're going there, look me up and have a lovely day. Oh, yeah. This is easier. Bas, it's short for bastard. Wouterse, you pronounce it Wouterse. Wouterse. Yeah. Perfect. Enjoy yourself. I'll also be opening the AI stage on Thursday. So if you want to learn more about AI there's a whole lot of sessions also coming through. Perfect. Yep. Awesome. Have a lovely day. No, thank you guys.
Não é só de sol, água e vento que se faz o teu mundo. Junta-lhe a imagem, o som e a palavra. E sonha mais alto. Se procuras eletricidade verde e poupança, este anúncio é para ti.
É para mim?
Sim, para ti. E para ti. Para todos.
Liga-te melhor e poupa ao juntares o melhor de dois mundos. Como os milhares de portugueses que já ligaram o Mel ao Mel Energia. Mel, humaniza-te.
Finalmente, o Smartphone Burger Pro. Servido com um processador ultra rápido. Provado e aprovado pelos gamers mais incansáveis. Até aqueles a quem a memória já foi à vida. Tem todos os condimentos para engordar os teus scores. Perfeito para perderes o controle dos teus níveis de humor e concentração.
Consumir fast food todos os dias vicia. Os scores em excesso também. Regressa à rotina com novas rotinas no telemóvel. Liga-te melhor, com moderação. Mel, humaniza-te.
Saboreia a tecnologia do novo smartphone Choco Série Z, com bateria Super Power, para saciares a vontade de te ligares ao trabalho durante o jantar e fazeres replies até ao deitar, enquanto prejudicas gravemente o teu sono. O Choco Série Z aguenta, mesmo que tu não.
Consumir chocolates sem regras vicia. Os replies sem limites também. Regressa à rotina com novas rotinas no telemóvel. Liga-te melhor, com moderação. Mel, humaniza-te.
Apresentamos o novo Smartphone Gummy Color 2, com ecrã XXL. Perfeito para te deliciares com scrolls infinitos, com capacidade de te fazer perder o apetite pela vida real e potenciar a tua instabilidade emocional. Não vai ser doce viver sem ele.
Consumir gomas a toda a hora vicia. Os scrolls sem parar também. Regressa à rotina com novas rotinas no telemóvel. Liga-te melhor, com moderação. Mel, humaniza-te.
Junta a imagem e o som à energia 100% verde e sonha mais alto.
Liga-te melhor e poupa ao juntares o melhor de dois mundos. Como os milhares de portugueses que já ligaram o Mel ao Mel Energia. E agora poupam na eletricidade e ainda têm o dobro da net fixa, da net móvel e dos Meus. Mel, humaniza-te.
apresentamos o novo smartphone Gummy Color 2, com ecrã XXL. Perfeito para te deliciares com scrolls infinitos, com capacidade de te fazer perder o apetite pela vida real e potenciar a tua instabilidade emocional. Não vai ser doce viver sem ele.
Consumir gomas a toda a hora vicia. Os scrolls sem parar, também. Regressa à rotina com novas rotinas no telemóvel. Liga-te melhor, com moderação. Mel, humaniza-te.
Eu preciso do teu toque.
Não é só de sol, água e vento que se faz o teu mundo. Junta-lhe a imagem, o som e a palavra. E sonha mais alto. Se procuras eletricidade verde e poupança, este anúncio é para ti.
É para mim?
Sim, para ti. E para ti. Para todos.
Liga-te melhor e poupa ao juntares o melhor de dois mundos. Como os milhares de portugueses que já ligaram o Mel ao Mel Energia. Mel, humaniza-te.
Finalmente, o Smartphone Burger Pro, servido com um processador ultra rápido, provado e aprovado pelos gamers mais incansáveis, até aqueles a quem a memória já foi à vida. Tem todos os condimentos para engordar os teus scores. Perfeito para perderes o controle dos teus níveis de humor e concentração.
Consumir fast food todos os dias vicia. Os scores em excesso, também. Regressa à rotina com novas rotinas no telemóvel. Liga-te melhor, com moderação. Mel, humaniza-te.
already like on the back of my head of you guys speaking about AI tools and frameworks and all sorts of stuff. So I think it's going to be a smooth ride for most of you. The goal for today is really more of a thought exercise than really trying to teach anybody anything. I think most people can just already know a lot of this stuff. And it's just so that we're all on the same page in the beginning. So first of all, before anything, let me introduce myself, João Montenegro. I have sort of a mixed bag of a background. I've designed, race cars, moon landing stations, ed tech companies, and AI companies, I guess. So a lot of different, bit of a mixed bag here. My background is in industrial design, and then I moved into software and eventually some machine learning, and eventually got a chance to build a company with these amazing bunch. So we're dark matter. Some of dark matter is already here in the back, so hello there. We develop, as many of you perhaps already do, we develop AI products both as bespoke solutions or some of our own products that we launch into the market and experiment. It's really an exciting time to be doing this type of stuff. Also a very nerve-wracking time because everything that I'm going to show you here is probably going to be completely obsolete for the next week. So I hope you take everything I say with a grain of salt. So yeah, feel free to visit us, and we're down in Santos, and we'll be here all week. So yeah. Now, I like this quote because it's really a zeitgeist quote, right? We're in this moment where we can really just take a computer and make anything. And no longer this is true only for a few that studied a specific degree in university. This has become really just the norm for most people that have the time and the energy to put into the problem that they want to solve, of building the future that they want, right? And this today is going to be much more about this, about how we can motivate ourselves into continuously exploring the future that we want to build. It's not like a single shot, things take time. Most of the things we're going to build first time is going to be crap, so iteration is key. And following the method also is very important of the people that laid it before us. So yeah, this is the goal. How can we turn an idea and make it into a working business eventually down the line in a few hours? And what I mean down the line is that this is not going to happen first day for most of us. A lot of us, we take the time and we ask ChatGPT and we say, oh, what a great idea. Is it though? Is it a great idea? Is it really good? How do we know, right? And how do we create the process for us to every single day fine-tune our thinking and our method to find great ideas and to continuously test them, right? So this is our goal for today, is really talk a little bit about this. It's going to be a bit interactive, hopefully. There's a lot of stuff to talk about. We don't have time for everything, but let's try to cover a few. So this has always been the idea, right? You have some untested product idea that you think is a product, might not be even a product yet, and then in the end of this chasm, there's a paying user, hopefully. How do you actually cross this? And how do you cross this consistently? How do you create the method to consistently cross this? Not just cross it once and you have one user, but consistently find users. And user here can be kind of a word that might not go well with some of you guys, but let's say some buyer or a product user, right? So traditionally, this would be kind of the steps. You would find some way to attract people around you and motivate them, put money on top of their site so they could continue working with you guys, and then eventually push down to shipping and eventually down to paying users. But now things are a bit different and you can iterate faster, right? So one thing we like to say, at Dark Matter is like we like to just really talk about a persona. So this is a little bit of an example. I heard some people talk about that there's a couple of businesses that really just work around one persona specifically, and some people have said this once, like you just fall in love with one persona and that's all your life. And you do like a cutout of them and you put it in your business, room or your office, and you look at them every single day and think about like, what does like Susan need? What am I missing? And these personas, this persona that you're going to be really looking around and falling in love with is really essential to be somebody or some, group of people that you really like, that you really go after, because you're going to be using your brain cells to solve problems for them. And if you go home and you're not thinking about them anymore, that time is going to be lost into the process. So the first step is really thinking about a persona we really like. And I didn't have time to put it into the presentation, but there's this really nice chart of things to build. And eventually goes down like this. I'm going to just gesticulate, so bear with me. So you start with an idea that can be for people that you know, but aren't you, and for you, right? You're the end user. If it's people that you know, it's great. If it's people that you don't know, it's going to be really hard to build something for them, right? It's going to be, you're going to lose a lot of time in the bandwidth of translating their daily needs into your kind of building energy. If it's for yourself, you're golden. Tough times is that sometimes you are not really a great example of a customer. That happens. But if you find a business that you are the end user, you are the end consumer, then that you have really started in a nice place. Otherwise, you're going to need to do the cutout of Susan, who's 43 and works at Salesforce and does accounting every single day. Oh, sorry, it's my computer. All right. So this is the first exercise for today. You don't need to really participate verbally, but think about who you're working for. Like, who would be your persona? Do you have one? Do you know? Have you thought about this in terms of like a persona? It might not make sense for you to think about one persona, but what is a persona here, right? It can be a way, like a traditional way of saying, okay, it's maybe a person that works in warehouses, but can I really outline who they are here, or is it more like a group of people? Are you going to be focusing on one part of that interaction, or is it going to be about just everything they do every single day? You want to automate their lives, or you want to sell a product maybe for a CEO that has a lot of trouble with maybe, I don't know, bank reconciliation. I don't know. So this is a big question. We're not going to solve it day one. We're gonna think a little bit about what are the methods we can really connect daily to build this persona. So this is our first step: is how can we design this persona? So what could be like, and I would love to know what your routines are, and I'm going to ask if anybody is brave enough to share what is kind of like a builder routine you guys have. But one thing that I personally do is I have at least one source of daily personalized news that I curate to myself every single day. So I use Pulse a lot because I waste money on ChatGPT. Yeah, so it's for the pro users. You get a really nice curated feed. But you have the same thing for Perplexity. Perplexity also has this type of feed. I just find that Pulse is really personalized. But having this, this paying attention to the source of information you get every single day, not being too many, not being kind of scattered too much all across, but curating this, building this source of information. And this can be very interesting these days, right? One amazing thing you can do with like one of these tools, you can say like, okay, you tell me the news, but thinking cap for the product that I'm building, or thinking cap for I haven't even built anything. What are their problems? What are things I'm not seeing? What products do they use? What things did they buy already? What's like their life like? How much money do they spend usually in a week on tools for their job or something like that? So this is the type of first step I think is really, really interesting to have. Then of course, having this type of proactiveness of building these deep researches helps. Sometimes, Pulse or Perplexity once is not enough. You want to deep dive in something. I think if anybody has done this, they surely found that great asked questions are really valuable. They're just really hard to make. It's not easy to make questions, right? Asking questions is really hard. But if you find a good way to ask questions and you figure out your inner question voice, I don't know how to call it, using these tools such as ChatGPT Deep Research or Perplexity Deep Research, it's really amazing. So we're just talking about like passive to proactive. And then, this is if you really want to nerd out, it's just, the effort is the same. That's why I'm putting it into the same bar. So the effort of setting up this like daily feed of personalized information is the same as this, as like asking a question kind of every day for that person. And it's the same with this. Like in the end of the week, can I build like a new product of it? It's the same effort because it's one prompt. We go to the Lovable, we press we just take that information and we say, can we make a product for that person? Just gonna make a little bit of a landing page, make a little bit of a, a little working product. Does this work? Does this sell? Does this idea I have in the backside of my head, does it actually make sense? And it designs something, you iterate with it, and it doesn't make sense. Well, sometimes it does, but eventually it does. So this is what I think is an interesting kind of thing we can do is, yes, the tools are all around us, there's many tools, but how do we set up ourselves in the weekly routine to maximize not only the use of tools, but the use of our brain, our kind of brain power, right? We have a limited amount of brain power we can use every single day. So I just want to, I don't want to, feel free to not say anything if you don't want, but anybody has like something you would say that's missing here or you do different? Oh, go ahead. Right. Before even having the persona, right? You can have this because sometimes you don't know how to really transform that kind of feeling you have in your head that something is missing into a real person that you can describe. So setting this up can help you find this language, right? I'm using the language persona. It's a language that helps me, but it might not help you. The fact is, oh, this is gonna be a tough one. So the fact is, I'm gonna have to like touch this yeah. So the fact is that what matters in this is whatever helps you think. I use the examples of persona because I like this idea. Because it makes you think about real people, but you might say that your problem is more like, you can describe it more as a process. And you can think about that process and the people involved in that process. Or you can create your own language here. In this case, if we were talking about processes, it's also interesting to know which stakeholders are there. So eventually kind of boil down to persona in a way. But it might be a bit more complex than just warehouse person, right? It's just a matter of language. But yeah, I mean, answer your question, you can stick to one persona. It really helps the brain to focus on thing, but you can freely use this to understand more of an industry, understand more of a problem, and each week, each day, kind of do a step forward into going into the solution direction. Sometimes I just think it's interesting because sometimes we're too eager to just go into the solution immediately and we think, yes, the solution here is a Excel add-on that does this and that. Wait a second, let's step back. Who's actually paying for this problem? Like who's putting their money in the line? Maybe it's not the Excel in the first place. Maybe it's something else down, like even before the data collection, right? So yeah, but I think this last one we're going to be talking a little bit more about it, so maybe we can explore more. So yeah, so this is the second step. Build the problem description. So how can we describe the problem? We talk about personas and processes, but what is the problem? How can you verbalize it? What's the best way to verbalize it? Are we talking about usually if you're going into the classic B2B, there's only two sides. You're either saving costs or you're working on the upside, you're making money. But most people go into the saving money, right? Minimize costs. We say, okay, your business case, your business case, costs you 5% of time of your workers per week, whatever that means. And I've calculated, given like Glassdoor and other data sources, that this accounts for this amount of money. So for 10% of your bucks per year, I'm going to solve this. It's kind of a traditional go-to-market in like B2B. But is this a good way to describe all these, especially like B2C? Not think so. It's really not. We just buy so much stuff that has nothing to do with our expenses. So really creating the language around our problem is key. So before we move on, I just want a show of hands of who here is like clearly, understand if they're doing any one of these projects, if they're doing like a private project or a personal project of their own startup, do you know exactly the problem already? You think you figured out already the description that you're happy with? Right, show of hands. Right, awesome. These guys are somebody you should talk in the end of this conversation, right? So whoever figured out problems has probably a good process here. It's the hardest thing. People oftentimes think of solutions, they don't verbalize problems. The client comes to you and says, I want this and that, and you're like, okay, but what is really going on here? Are we going to jump directly into the solution world? Are they aware of what they want, or should we do a step back and think a little bit about if they understand their own problem? So just a little bit of words here for what we're going to be talking about later, but down the line, I've divided this into a couple of tiers, but if you go from left to right, eventually is how deep we can go into the kind of quick prototype direction, right? We usually start in like the research phase, like ChatGPT. This is going to be staying with us for a long time. Then just for, just so anybody that doesn't know here what the words of these things are, you have, if you go into Web Summit and you kick like a bucket, there's going to be more more of these guys, like Lovable, V2, Base 44, Bolt, AI Studio from Google. Like, there's 100, maybe 1,000. I don't know how many of these startups exist, but these are the ones that, with a single prompt, you can create a little bit of a toy of a product, like a little bit of software you can play around with. And it's with this type of stuff that I'm meaning in the previous slide of one time per week, maybe create a little bit of a toy that you can explore the problem, see if that problem makes sense, see if there's a solution for it, see if that makes sense in this universe. And then eventually you graduate into the more, let's say, realist stuff. You're going to be actually able to build a full working product in like Base 44. I guess now they have, and Lovable as well, now they have like these tiers where you can have like users and you can have paywalls, you can have your own database. So for most like software apps, you're going to be good, you're going to be fine. You're going to be paying them, so you need to understand that caveat. But it's good to prototype the full thing. Of course, if you're just going to be vibe coding it, understand that whatever you're going to be building here is likely going to have a hard time graduating into real world later. So yeah, so just some words we're going to be talking about down the line here. I think one thing that we often also, especially, let's say, the engineer types, some things that really don't help you graduate into the product building and like product thinking is the design angle. This kind of comes for free if you have like a design background, but usually it's this type of stuff, this method, that really helps you turn your little Python script or your weird little backend into something that somebody can actually use every single day. I just like broke it down to kind of simple little nuggets. So this is like inspiration, right? Execution, componentization, and then if we're going to be talking about building little like mini SaaS or mini products in the beginning to just think about the solution, emotional design is really interesting here to just really bring it on board. But going from here, what we're talking about here is, okay, everything has been invented in most places. Like there has been so much hard work from these companies. Like the amount of money that Airbnb spent on design is insane. You're never going to spend that money in your life, hopefully. in doing the same thing they did. You know, just take whatever they did as an inspiration. Just really look at it as just free research, right? The same thing goes for all these companies. So, you know, Mobin is really a good example of a like a source of these things. So it's a good website you can go to and just get a bunch of inspiration from great products and apps. You know, get inspiration from great landing pages, great component systems, etc. Right? And amazingly, if you just want to copy something, actually it's much easier these days than if you want to make something from scratch. You can just copy something here, paste it on Lovable or on Bolt or something, and actually most AIs will be really good at making that. They will be very good. Sometimes it depends on how complex your UI is, but they will be actually pretty good at making those. And then finally, for the design types already understand this, but also in the engineering side as well. This comes a little bit with the branding side of things, but also with making things consistent, making the user understand what they're doing. It's very easy for a first-time builder to really get lost in 1,000 things they want to put in their app and just really mess up the look and feel and the experience. Start simple. Just keep everything simple. I put it, instead of saying components, I put just like KISS, because really keep it simple, stupid is really the key. Very few buttons types, few things in the beginning is really key. Work on one page. Sometimes a good product just has like one really great page, one really great screen, right? One that really works. And it might even be just the onboarding screen that's really great. Or like one main page, one main detail page. Some pages are going to take a long time to actually make it beautiful and well made. So focus on one single thing, one single page that really works. And finally, stick to one emotion. Like if it's the same thing as, I don't know if you've heard about the Zipf's law. Do you know Zipf's law or Zipf's law? It's like power law, right? So if anybody here came up remembering of like somebody that works in construction, most of you would think of the same person, like one person, and you would not think of the second most famous person in construction. If somebody thinks about, somebody that's working in space, probably all of you will think of like Elon Musk, right? Who's the second most famous guy that is working in the space sector? Maybe some of you say Jeff Bezos. Maybe some of you don't. So Zipf's law is like telling us that we really just, in our daily lives where we're really busy, we remember one thing about one type of thing in our world. Like the same thing happens to products. So if you're doing a product that is, helping people with their, I don't know, like therapy, like AI therapy stuff, most people are just going to remember one thing. And that will need to be really just executed unitarily. If you are the second most famous there and you're trying to have the same emotion as the first one, you're going to be lost, right? You're going to be just helping them. And this is something I think is really interesting to explore is, build this structure to just understand this language of what is, how does emotion translate in design? How do colors translate in design? How do the logos translate? How do the components translate? Because in part, this is really helping people understand the product and love it. And yeah. Okay, so in this case, I'm just gonna wait a second. Calm down. So I think this is like a video. Probably you guys already seen it. This is, I think, one of the amazing videos I've seen. I think it's on TikTok. This guy, he's like breaking down the Snickers brand. So we're going to be talking a bit about how to translate that design principles into branding, right? So he's taking down the Snickers brand and just looking at different personas, designing the brand for them, right? And it's exactly the same product. He's not going to change the product. So you all know Snickers. It's a candy for most of you. But maybe you can change it. You can turn it into something different without changing the product, without changing anything about it. So I'm just going to allow you to listen to it a little bit. It's not wrong. Right, so you get it, right? Right, so you get it, right? It's fine. So one thing that you can see immediately, yeah, this guy kind of used these tools to generate variations of that product, right? There's 1,000 different tools as well. We were just collecting tools today, and I put a bunch of them here. You have like, these guys just got acquired by Figma, so they're gonna probably be big eventually, I don't know. Flora, Fauna as well, Korea as well. These are like tools you can use that aggregate all the image models, the video models, and you can experiment a lot with them. They're really cool to just prototype. But most importantly is understanding this, that the same thing can mean different emotions, ideas for different crowds, right? And sometimes, why not have 5 landing pages for the same product? I mean, I'm not saying do that, but I'm saying that sometimes you're trying to figure out the perfect combination of words to accommodate every single person. But remember that every single big food group has done this really well. You know, how many toothpaste brands exist for the exact same toothpaste? Right? They're just changing the colors to make you feel more a little bit about the color of your teeth in some of them, or maybe some part of the brand, like the blue part that makes you feel better than the green part. So they make 2 toothpastes, one that's green, one that's blue, but it's exactly the white, green, blue toothpaste for everybody. The same thing here, right? And the cool thing today is that we can actually generate these things. We can generate them very quickly and experiment and show them to people. We can show them to, you know, these people that we're trying to fall in love with. Or maybe it's us, the clients. And one other thing is that you can really already take that the AI is kind of understood from us just by looking at all the things we've done in the past, that there are codes in the products we design. Like, look at this particular product for the kids things. We all kind of know this. We all kind of know that rainbow is the kids thing, right? Most products that want to like naively go into the kids environment, they market a, you know, a logo with a rainbow and you're done, you're in the kids environment. And the same thing goes like to the fitness, right? When you saw the fitness one, it was like bold letters, you know, this impactful font, black and white, sometimes dark mode, right? And the natural one is like, you know, pastel tones of, you know, of land and grass and all that. So we all kind of get this intuition immediately. It's just to understand this kind of comes for free from the models as well. They understood this from us. So eventually, if we get to this point, we're really in a great spot. We've already kind of figured out our problem process, and we're now designing the brand for it. But the interesting thing is that in this case, and you guys asked a good question before, we might not be solving sometimes the right problem for the right persona yet. So that's why this comes in handy, right? Because you can actually figure out that, okay, I've built something, I have some depth in my research, I know that there's something here, but I don't have to kind of like just move forward with the persona I chose because I think this is the one. Maybe there's something here in somebody else's reality. Maybe I can just repackage it very quickly, just make a little bit of a rebrand here. And the exercise is more of a consistency exercise. We can do this every single day in the morning. It costs us like 1 prompt. It's just building that exercise. Go ahead. For a company? Yeah. Right, right. I love that story. The problem with that is that probably a lot of people spend a lot of time on that. It's not as easy for a whole company as it is for us when we're like naively ourselves testing it with one person. If you already have a lot of legacy, if you already have your big brand, if you would put every single place you put your brand in this screen, you probably couldn't read the type, right? It would be a lot of stuff. You'd like, you have the logo on the black, on the white, on top of, all these types of, print, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a lot of cost there. Of course, it doesn't mean you cannot do that. I think one interesting product might be like the next step of these products we talked about, like having like a branding ecosystem that you just press one button and it just populates your code, your brand everywhere. I haven't seen that yet. But
yeah, but the B2C is easy. You can rebrand your product and maybe you can catch another customer.
Right.
But for B2B, it's different, maybe. No.
Yeah.
What do you think? Like, how can we change the way to rebrand the B2B solution?
But in the end, I understand. But in the end, it's I would say for the B2B can be more of a fine-tuned kind of approach, right? It's very natural that your B2B product is going to be extremely already focused. But think about this. If you're starting on the B2B world, probably you haven't really made something that's too specific. Imagine you're doing maybe document processing for some real estate company, right? You're like reading their, their land documents and transforming them into some nice little dashboard, something like that. This process, exact process, just changing the prompts and the colors can be sold to somebody else if you figure out that your client is not really that real estate, that persona, right? So this type of stuff can still happen, I would say, in the early days. Building that asset is also something that is interesting, right? How do you know you're going to be building something that's too specific and you cannot go back? At that point, it's something that big companies already do a lot. They fine-tune. If you have a lot of customers in the B2B world already, you fine-tune the colors to understand if there's a little bit more retention on your end users. Maybe in those cases you have some productivity app that's being used internally in a company, and then you want to have that retention. You're going to work on retention. Yeah. I would say it's harder to work on the conversion side for that case, but it can also happen if you're doing more like small companies as your target audience. Yeah. Just want to like test the kind of landing page structure, the color, etc. That can also work.
And do you think with like GTM approach, the best we need to focus on the design or the value proposition of the pitch, of the solution? Right. What is the best team?
I would say it's like so this is all just building your own iteration engine. You really need to figure out how can you at the end of the week know that you moved like 1 inch further. That means for some people that you've been spending a lot of time on research and now you need to materialize it into something. Maybe you make a first step into the product landing page or something like that. But for a lot of people, it might mean that the design is what's missing. So it depends on what your skills are, what you're personally more comfortable with. Some people are more engineers and they need help on the design, and the opposite can be true. Some people are kind of like both sides, so that those are okay, I guess, with everything. But in the end, kind of AI kind of comes in here in this specific first step and helping us be covering our edges where we are not as comfortable, right? Yeah, but those are good questions. I think in the end, there's no like one size fits all here. It's more like building our own discipline and figuring out a way to know that we're moving forward and we're not getting lost every single day. That there's like some new news about a new AI product. You're like, okay, that's fine, but that's going to help me in my process, not in some new fancy way. But who knows? Maybe next week there's like AGI here, so I'm not sure. But yeah, so in the end, let's talk about launch. Nothing is really true until things are in the air and they're working. So it's really okay if you're building these little mock websites that kind of look good on your computer, but there's no way of showing anybody. They mean nothing. They have zero value, right? So having a way to put them into reality, into somebody else's computer, if you're making software, it's really the key, right? And oftentimes it's not just the design, it's not just the product working well, it's putting it out there. How does it go into the user's hands? And this is kind of like, I would say, how you can split into tiers. So if you're in the beginning of your story and you want to like have like one product that solves most things for most entry level people, I would say like at this point in time, I would say it's like Google AI Studio, but maybe next week it's something different. Just because these guys have the video gen, the AI, the image gen, so you can do branding stuff. You can also you can build stuff in it. So it's the same as Lovable. And they're really good at using the APIs from like AIs. You can actually make an AI product inside of an AI product. This is funny. If you move into tier 2, you have these kind of base 44 Lovable companies that started to try to go into the ecosystem tier. So what they do here is they will say, okay, you can use our platform to actually have a working production website that's going to have user accounts. You can even use our payment portals. You can have payments. You can have data storage. But it's all through their APIs, right? All through their infrastructure. That means they're going to be paying them. So they're going to be in your thing, right? I think oftentimes I end up not using these guys just because the cost you have of actually plugging that all in, and having the expense kind of is beyond the point. But maybe for some of you that are in the beginning and starting it, that makes sense. And then of course there's the micro product phase. And I think a lot of people have been using Vercel for this. It's been really just a good ecosystem to have, you know, the first production version of something in the air. And this is kind of like platform that you can use for more advanced coding environments. If you're sort of I mean, I would say that if you're not a programmer and you know some stuff of programming and you want to learn, eventually you want to graduate to something like Vercel or something, right? You want to be able to control where your storage is going to be, how you store this information, how you do the authentication, all of that. So you want to have some availability there in your mind space to learn that. So in the end, moving to the right here is also a question of us learning a lot about how to make this. In the case when we're not programmers. If we are programmers, we're fine. But I guess the opposite applies, which is keeping things simple and nimble is really the key. Sometimes as a programmer, we want to have like the perfect thing, the perfect product in the beginning, like the exact infrastructure. We want to really control everything. That might mean that we're going to spend a lot of time making that perfect product. And in the end, we're finding out, okay, this is actually not the product that the client wants, right? Too bad. Oh, go ahead. Yeah. Oh, I don't have the microphone. Oh, maybe. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
So if you are a programmer, in your experience, are these tools helpful to help you move fast, more versatile, create throwaway code? Like I'll try and experiment with something, and if it doesn't work, I'll just redo it.
I will say that if you don't, if you understand, this is actually a big problem. I mean, we've been talking a lot about this actually in our company. So, what these companies, these products, the vibe coding products actually do for programmers, if they're not careful, and if they don't handle it correctly, is they're just basically tech debt machines, right? They build up all this bloatware that you need to learn first. You need to understand what's there, and then maybe while you're understanding, you figure out, okay, this is not actually the way it's supposed to be. It's just the way it kind of works, that the machine figure out that it kind of works. But you don't want to have that as the end product. I will say that for most, what I've seen for most software developers, they've been using, like, say, tools more like Cursor or Windsurf, if that's your preference. And this first step is more like a scrappable prototype, right? Something you can understand the user side very quickly that informs you on the infrastructure, on the technology you're going to be using. It can help you understand also parts of the stack you don't understand yet, because you're just going to, you can bring it into the flow and see, okay, well, this API actually generates this result, and I didn't need to build a proper structure yet. So I'll say actually for everybody, it's ideal to understand this. It's ideal to understand that whenever we're vibe coding, we're not building the final product if you're not looking into the code. At least not yet, maybe in a couple of years. We're building something we can show ourselves and something we can use to understand the problem. that we're solving. In the end, ideally, as early as possible, somebody's there understanding how to make this into an usable long-term product. But most of the time, what I will say is that if you want to make a nimble structure of more than one person, if you're not like the lucky ones that are like solo founders that know both product design, business, know everything, if you know those types, or in engineering, it's good to bring in somebody that understands the engineering side early, and really just not commit to developing anything also before we understand the scope of the product. It's really just a way to understand the very first steps. If you already have like a big product, something like that is already really struck on the wall, like something that has a lot of design, I would say that the reality is very different. And I'm sure that all the engineers here really had frustration in the past before, like when like some product owner came and said, I made this thing, I made this working app now, we can rest assured, let's just migrate all the things to my working app that I built. And, you peek under it, and it's just like this 3,000 lines single file doing everything. So that's the reality we're in, right? I will say that also what we've been talking about is more this first step process of how can you consistently move towards an idea and move towards a solution, not necessarily build the final product, right? So I'll say that, answering your question, long story short, to really take advantage of the current state of the art, there's actually a lot of good things that the vibe coding community built, and it's not just to scrap it, but it's important to understand everything comes with a grain of salt when building it into the final product.
I can tell you from my experience that even when you're programming with AI, you can do vibe coding where you're not looking, you're just giving it general instructions, and you can do like prompt coding.
Right.
Vibe coding is a lot faster, but then you have a lot of spaghetti code, as you said, and so forth. And I was wondering if these frameworks, because they are tailor-made for a certain stack, opposed to Cursor where it's open to anything, they're optimized to that, and then they just work a lot better because they're optimized.
I would say that, I'm not sure how to answer that, but most of these frameworks, most of them use the same model underneath. They will use Claude 4.5 right now, most of them. They'll have some fine tuning. If you're V0, you will know things about Next.js, and you know a little bit about general Vercel stuff because you're in that environment. If you're on Google, here you'll know a little bit about the Gemini API, the APIs from like Maps, but that doesn't mean that the end result is good. And oftentimes it's very misleading. And as you know, like these models, they tend to be kind of okay in certain domains in the beginning, and if you do a couple of steps forward, they completely get lost in the noise. Right? They'll not even remember what they're doing.
And it's hard to get them back.
Oh yeah, you need to just destroy everything, clean stuff. Yeah, so that's true. But if you want to start, I would say that the AI Studio is good because it knows a lot about the APIs for if you're doing stuff with Gemini and Google. If you're doing stuff with Vercel and Next, V0 is also interesting because they know all of that information very up to date. But most environments know, right? Even these guys like Base 44 and Lovable, they're consistently struggling with trying to give the model enough information for it to understand more about design patterns and all that. It's not very easy to do that. You need to inform. I think the best solution is ourselves, get a feel of this and understand what the models are good at by just testing stuff, just throwing something at the model and see what they say. Right? Can it actually make this design? Oh, it's good at making cards and making purple cards. We all know that, right? All these guys are good at that. But about this other type of design, not as good. So that is really what I think is the process right now. But it's going to change for sure. Yeah. So we're actually at the end of our time, I think. But I just for the final step, and this is one of the things that I find very interesting. A lot of people, especially solo builders, solo founders, they do this really well. And I think building this part is also extremely interesting if you're, thinking about really solving real problems and getting informed from the beginning. I'm just showing here like Ahrefs. This is an example. There's more. I use Ahrefs just because, I guess, like, I don't know, somebody told me to on Twitter. Eventually, it's all we do. But what we do here in these platforms is a little bit of an interesting hack, right? We try to understand what people are looking for already. Sometimes we need to put ourselves in that kind of world and think, okay, people already kind of thought about our idea everywhere. There's probably somebody yearning for our idea. And they searched Google and they searched platforms. Now they're searching, AI models, which is a whole other thing, this AI SEO part. And some companies like Ahrefs are keeping track of what people are searching for and seeing if those searches are being more voluminous, etc., if they're being answered by solutions. So this is really great for us to understand, okay, let's say we're talking about, some, what we were talking about before, like this company that does document processing for real estate. So how many people in the world have asked this question? I'm sure it's like hundreds of thousands. This is a hugely common problem. But how do they ask it? And what is the question itself? What does it tell us? This is going to inform you like what the information you should have in your landing page. It's going to inform how the product should behave. You're going to be able to see who are your competitors. And it's really, really interesting to like navigate very quickly some tools like this. Do the exercise like coming here and say, okay, I want to try to compete with these guys that also like solve my problem. Maybe I can just copy them a little bit and test if I rank. And doing those types of hacks is very interesting. And other tools can be more general and free. This is, I think Ahrefs is like 113 euro per month. This is for free. So maybe start here if you just want to ask some interesting, fun questions about what people are searching for on Google Trends. And now you have the ability also to, like, if you're using the new Atlas thing, it's going to be able to like do these agent questions and navigate the web. So you'll be able to understand how AIs also navigate Google and how they search. It's also interesting to put yourself in those shoes. One interesting thing that I've spoken to a couple of companies that are doing this, like doing the AI SEO, because I wanted to have like a good product for us to use. And there's plenty. There's many of them doing this type of stuff. And what they're doing is very similar to what these guys are doing. They're just, every single day, they ask ChatGPT to query Google in a bunch of types of questions, and then they just try to see the response and see if the brands are in those responses, if the products are in those responses, and index that all information. So when you come in and you say, okay, how is Snickers positioning itself when ChatGPT searches for Snickers? It's kind of a stupid example, right? But you get it. But you can do this for free. If you have one of these models, if you have like ChatGPT or Perplexity, you can ask for your solution and say, okay, search the web. What did you find? And you can see the results. You can see how they rank. So there's a way for us to, before even sometimes building these products and making them real, understand how they actually go into the world, how people search for them. And this works for B2B and B2C. It mainly works, of course, for B2C because this is mostly like people searches, but it will give you some information on it. And finally, we go back to like the AIs, right? So these models, they're going to become, I will say, a big part of the web search. What is interesting is that they're not completely removing Google yet, but they're certainly becoming a big part of the web search. So we need to pay attention to that, and how people kind of find our product eventually is going to be how our product is seen by AIs. So a lot of smart people have done this. Like a lot of smart people have understood that AIs really like directories because it's like one search and you find a bunch of links, and they're like, oh, this is rich text. Right? So some people have been basically doing directories of a bunch of stuff and getting, really, really well ranked because they understood this about AIs. AIs have their own biases like us, right? We also like certain websites. We also like calculators. We also like, this type of comparing websites. That's why they rank. And AIs have the same exact problem. They also have exactly the same exact problem. So understanding how AI search is really going to be kind of the future, I think, especially of how to position products on the web, at least while we are making the product. So we humans. So we're a bit over time, but yeah, in the end, this would be the kind of the example exercise, is building this landing page and positioning it using this type of ranking. So just going on here and just asking ChatGPT, okay, screenshot, this is what I found about this search on Ahrefs. How can I make the hero text a bit more interesting? It's very, this is what people are doing these days. So I guess this is it. A bit of a rant, but we had a little bit of time. So I hope you enjoyed, and I'm interested in also understanding what you guys think. Thank you. So Q&A, yeah.
Thank you. Can I? You talk about the landing page, making a prototype of a landing page, but what about the product itself? Because when you want to communicate a SaaS or even a small thing, like let's say a mini Airbnb thing,
right,
you want to demo in some way what would be the user experience.
Yeah.
What do you use to get some expression, to make a quick prototype MVP of that?
I use also the same things. I mean,
you go through, for instance, reviews of competing products, getting experience from but that takes a lot of work. You have to go through the reviews, get summaries, get the pain points of the other users.
I mean, that's what AIs are for, right? They like go on G3 and see all the bad reviews, right, and summarize them for me. But yeah, I mean, that would be one of the points. I actually say that most times just starting with the actual product and building it is actually really a good way to first understand. It really depends on what's your preference. I'm not saying that there's like a best way to do this, but before you know what the product looks like, it's really good to understand how other people have done products like this. Like cutting corners here. There's like design patterns all over the place for specific products, and oftentimes we tend to just, quickly go into the prompt and just say, okay, this Gemini or ChatGPT or whatever, or Lovable, make this type of stuff, and they're gonna just pour a product, right, like a little dashboard or something that's gonna look like everything else, but it's also not gonna be very good. So sometimes before doing that, like stepping back and going on Mobin or going on other places and seeing how people have actually solved that type of layout actually really helps you do some cutting corners. But in the end, I mean, there's nothing better than actually talking with people. Before that, as you said, G3, Ahrefs, really great places to understand how people react to those other products. There's nothing also bad with copying things, right? I mean, if somebody else is making a really great product, just copy it. It's free research. A lot of people, if you understand like how many you probably already searched for this, but if you look at how many AI coding apps exist, it's just simply because people are always doing this. They're always looking on the side and saying, these guys are really good. I'm just going to make exactly the same product with a different brand. I'm just going to try it. I mean, sometimes that works. Sometimes you figure out something in the process, or maybe you just, there's enough space for everybody. Although I'm guessing that it's becoming kind of crowded, right? Yeah.
Just a quick question. What was the last tool, AI tool that you discovered, like the last one?
Recently?
Yes, for the GTM approach. Like something like very new that you say, okay, that's very interesting. I will use it.
I will say that in specifically like GTM, I've seen a lot of promise. Yeah. Like there's a lot of tools like rank first on Google, rank first on LinkedIn. This type of stuff never really clicked for me, but I'm not saying I've seen everything at all. I mean, it's everywhere. I would say that the thing that I've liked very much looking at recently was these kind of quick iteration tools for image generation. I think that's very interesting. I'm expecting that people productize that better. Because right now it's like, okay, do editing, do videos, etc. But if you focus on a vertical and you say, as you were saying, I want to have all the placing of my brand when I put my logo here, and it generates all the placing documents for it. Or I want to have, something that can be very, very interesting with an upcoming update on image generation models, which is, okay, I want to have perhaps this house, but seen from the top. This is already quite possible. And if you're talking about a very specific vertical, you make a product for that vertical that just does that. So it's not the same as go-to-market, but it's like in the backstage of like making the brand, making the design system, making all that consistent before jumping into another lovable rant. I think that's something interesting, like stepping back.
Perfect.
But yeah. But if there's no more questions, guys, remember to go talk with the guys that know their problem, if you remember their hand. So yeah, it was great talking with you. Thanks.